So welcome everybody. This is Silent Hill 3, and I'm going to be doing a cam hack playthrough. And if you're not familiar with what a cam hack playthrough is or what that might mean, let me just load this up and give like a brief example before we start the proper beginning to end playthrough. I'm playing this on PCSX2, is the PlayStation 2 emulator, in order to be able to use this cam hack. So normally you can go around, play the game just like normal, but I have an extra function. When I press L3, I can freely move the camera around however I like, and we can get some really interesting, unique camera angles to look at things however we want to, and get in and look at little tiny details that you wouldn't normally be able to see. Be able to see little things, the way the environments are sort of put together. We can go out of bounds and see, there's the escalator and all these sorts of things in the environment. So that's going to be kind of the idea of this whole playthrough, rather than the typical focus on story and lore and development history and all those sorts of fun facts. We're just focusing on the mainly the free cam, so that we can examine all these little things in the environment very closely, like what's under the sheet. Nothing. But there might have been something, and you would have never known if you hadn't had a cam hack to just fly in there and look around. So that's kind of the idea. How much of this little room down here is rendered? Not much of it, and you can see it's lower res textures than when you actually climb down the ladder and enter this area. It's actually not even laid out the same. So yeah, that's the idea. So let's just start from the beginning. I'm going to do regular new game. Don't care about action and riddle levels. I'm going to want to be able to clear enemies easily and, mess around with the camera, because the game is still running. So if there's enemies and stuff around, they could still be attacking me while I'm trying to float the camera around and look at stuff. So yeah, we'll just keep everything on easy.
Where am I?
All right. So, and if anyone's wondering, the cam hack doesn't work during cutscenes, even though the cutscenes are rendered in engine. Yeah. cam hack doesn't work during those, so we'll just watch the cutscenes and everything like normal. But here we are in our first environment, the Lakeside Amusement Park, the iconic Lakeside Amusement Park from Silent Hill 1, even though it's many years since Silent Hill 1 and the amusement park itself looks very different. But there it is, the Lakeside Amusement Park. We can get a nice look at everything in this entire map. Here's what it would look like as a top-down D&D map. This game looks better than so many big-budget PS2 games from 2005 and onwards. Visually, these games still look better than even a lot of PS3 games and stuff, like from following generation of hardware. Playing on easy so you don't accidentally fall into the abyss while controlling the camera, that is one reason, yeah. There's definitely one reason. Also, just because it'll make it easier to clear out enemies, to look around other areas of interest. That little ticket booth. See, if you were able to come out from these front gates, there's the front. You never get this shot. There's just Lakeside Amusement Park if you were to be walking up to it from the front gate. Free pier tickets. See, the Lakeside Amusement Park logo is on either side of it, and it's just mirrored. They do that with a lot of textures where you're not really gonna see the other side of it, sort of anyway. $25 per person. A really tiny little black and white photo of a Ferris wheel. Got to pay admission for the other world? Oh yeah, nothing's free. Not even in the other world. That's how you know this is an American setting. Even your traumatic otherworldly experience, it's going to cost you a little bit. You can go right up inside these little boxes here and see these figures. You can see they've got that moving, sort of crawling texture across them. Very similar to Valtiel, which we recently read in the Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle, was an intentional design choice by Ito to sort of link all of these elements of the cult's beliefs in the first, second, and third game, having all these sort of similar designed creatures and characters. You can see Silent Hill 3's got them hanging in these boxes. Very similar to how they're presented in Silent Hill 1. Where you have like caged bodies. Fresh popcorn. Anything inside the popcorn wagon? Oh, and avoid. A little bit awkward to control, but not too bad for the most part. Heather's in front of something. He keeps saying, "What the?" The moving blotch texture is like an evil lava lamp. It's a great way to describe it. It really is. The evil lava lamp effect. Little signs for the bathroom. Cleaning in progress. Wet floor. Not too much else rendered back here, but in these little details, stuff that you would never really be able to see up close. Are there multiple gods in this game? No. There's the one that Heather's impregnated with, which ultimately is the one that is fought at the end. Excited to see the nowhere level. There's a lot of areas that I'm excited to look at more closely, because I looked at a little bit to test all this out to make sure everything was working well, but I still haven't gone through the entire game using the cam hack, so a lot of this is going to be new for me. This is my genuine just curiosity, poking around and looking at everything. Like, let's see what's inside the Robbie suit. Is there anything rendered? Not really, but you know, that's to be expected. The same way most of the time when we looked around inside of stuff in Silent Hill 2, there's not usually something there, but sometimes there is. And it's interesting. That's why it's worth kind of going through and looking at. Could have been, though. Could have been a light bulb in there. You don't know. Signs for the restroom, the telephone. Although, it's kind of funny when you look at it, the way the signs are designed. They only make sense this way. Oh. And now we're clipping inside of Heather. Why not? Since we're at the start of the playthrough, we can also, as long as we're not in a cutscene, look at any character models and stuff pretty closely as well. Although it's probably a little bit more awkward with Heather since she's still moving around while I like control the camera, like she's also moving around. A look at the knife. Hard to do like really precise things. Little screws and metal pins and stuff in it. You can even see the face of her watch. There's not any detail on it. How cool would that be? That would be insane if there was like, even if it wasn't like dynamic where it changed or anything. If there were digits of any kind. But even the watch, it's got like detail on it, you know? Get the hands. You can see like little blue veins in the skin texture and stuff. Like, that's the thing. This is up-resed because it's through the emulator and everything, but it's still just the PS2 version. It's not like adding anything to the textures that wasn't there before, not generating anything new or different. Pretty cool. Nothing in her head. Typical teenager. You can see the way, like, they managed to make the hair look so good with all these different layers, though. You can sort of see the way they piece together as the further ones get too close to the camera and stop rendering. So many little, they're just, you know, little flat polygons. But it's still a really convincing way of making the hair kind of seem natural, look like it has depth and volume to it. Yeah, the detail in the face, her chin kind of vanished for a little bit there. Ah! Kind of got the redness around her eyes. Really good detail textures and stuff, especially for the time, 2003 on PS2 hardware. Like I said, it's enhanced a little bit like through the emulator, but not by that much. Waste, please. Nothing in the trash can. Hey, Sasam. Is she just like me, for real, for real? Let's see. So we looked at Robbie. Heather. Don't worry, you can't fall. We looked inside these boxes. The sign. We got the map over here. And these are all the same. Another Robbie over here. We tried the inventory screen. Is it 3D at all? Cam hack does not appear to function on the inventory screen. Good call, though. Didn't think to try that. Oh, look at that. This one's different. The friends. Now, is it meant to be two in there? Oh yeah, it is. I couldn't tell if it was just meant to look like they're facing the same way no matter which side you look at. No, there's two of them. And two fellas wearing the same t-shirt. There they are. That is a pretty cool t-shirt. Light bulb check. No light bulb. Unfortunate thing in here. Go around the outside. Get all these little things that are out of bounds. Too much stuff. There's so much stuff that you would just like never really have an opportunity to look at anyway. And they still took the time to render so much in. Souvenir Avenue. Peering behind the curtain. Yeah, what's up, Plywood? Knocked it out of the park with the opening area. And it's really good thematically, the way they used the nightmare sequence as like a callback to Silent Hill 1 as well. But yeah, just in terms of starting the player off, like, all right, you played Silent Hill 1, you've played Silent Hill 2, here's the new game, Silent Hill 3, what's it going to be like? This little nightmare sequence is a great little glimpse as to, like, here's what's ahead of you, you know? Nothing on the back side of the map. You can see even under the ground, there's like, you can see all the little pipes and things. These details. Wish the map on the board was at all useful. I know she says something when you examine it. It's definitely not useful. A huge map signboard to the north. That is, if I keep going the way I'm facing, I'll find the roller coaster. Is this an amusement park? So yeah, it gives you a little hint that your goal is the roller coaster. Kind of useful. All right, next area. I'm gonna have to kill a couple things. Come here, puppy. Heather, stomp. That works too. There it is. Love these graphics. It's like HD and sharp, but old school too. Beats most modern games for me visually. Yeah. This, like, this era, and of course that's, keep in mind, that's a lot of admittedly nostalgia to a certain degree. But I love this visual style, like this era of games. Like Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4. All really good examples of, like, it's not hyper realistic the way stuff started gearing more towards as generations, video game generations kind of got more advanced. But it's still, like, really detailed. Like, that's the biggest thing. It's just the amount of detail put into the textures. Like, yeah, there's still PS2 textures, but man, look at all these little signs and little textures, little things that technically don't have to be there. But all of it adds so much to the environment that you're in. Something that most players are not going to focus on at all. But it adds a lot. It adds so much. Clarden, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 34 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Only a joke. Only the camera has died here by being hacked. To be honest, don't even think it's nostalgia. This game objectively looks so much cleaner than 4 and all the Western Silent Hill entries. I mean, in comparison to the other games, I definitely enjoy this visual style. It is a lot better. It's more cohesive. Like, despite the fact that it is, you know, a lot of different artists. You have somebody doing character artwork, somebody doing, 2 people doing creature artwork. You've got multiple people doing background artwork and a lot of things like that, but everything was well directed and everyone was on the same page well enough to make it all look cohesive so that the final product, the model, you know, the actual models for everything in the environment and the textures on them and the lighting for them all comes together to like really bring out everything in these details. Like even something like this, right? How many PS2 games have you played where the object of, you know, what they're trying to achieve is just, hey, it's a brick wall. It's just a background brick wall. It's nothing significant for the player to interact with. It's just something that, you know, 99% of players are going to see for half a second while they're running like this, you know? So most games, you're just going to have like a simple brick wall texture and you're going to copy and paste it and call it a day, especially for PS2 era where you're trying to save your very precious and limited memory that will fit on a disc, you know, to use as many other effects and visuals and audio and everything else for the rest of the game. So you're trying to make everything work on like that limited disk space. But then you look at like what Silent Hill 3 did, where it's still a repeating texture. If you look, you can see where the little times where it repeats are and where it's like flipped horizontally, so you can't see that texture repetition quite as much. So like right here you can see, and it's multiple overlaid textures. You have like this white part of the brick texture and you can see that that's like flipped horizontally and being repeated here. But then the underlying texture of it is different. So it's still like only a few different textures, like a few little tiles that are being flipped and repeated throughout the environment, but it still adds so much detail to the environment. And then that type of care is put into everything, you know, all these little chain link and steel plate floors, all these wooden doors. It's not just the same copy pasted, like, here's a wooden door. Like, no, you have all these unique looking...
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
All these unique looking little details. Tassadul, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 9 months. Nice of you to stream at a normal hour. Far from a normal hour for me. I guess it's a normal hour for most people. I don't know. For me, my sleep schedule's upside down. Antiques, Handmade Dolls, and Toys Village. Imports Toy Shop. little sign. Handmade dolls and toys. Got a little doll on it. Usually it's midnight for Europe. I mean, first of all, there's no usually, because you can never stick to a stream schedule. So streams just kind of happen. At any given time or day, streams can just happen. Lakeside Amusement Park Souvenir Shop. Hey, look at these cool little things. Like little photographs and stuff of people in here. I wish, like, I could access Konami files. This is all stuff that probably would have been thrown away along with source code decades ago. But man, it would be awesome to know, like, the original origins, what a lot of these little photographs and things are taken from, because usually they would just take stuff and scan it in and kind of make it into a texture, and it would come from something that's like real. Looked like it said Central Park. We can go into the display and see exactly what this is.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
Solid Snake, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 36 months. Thank you. Trying to see what that says. See, that's the downside of the PS2 textures. Some stuff is going to be a little too low res to make out. Something Jack? Spooky Jack? That's kind of what it looked like to me. It looks like Snoopple to me. Like the top word looks like SNOOPL. And the bottom word I can't quite. Yeah, it looks like it could be Jack. Snoople. It's Snoople Jack. Snoople jelly. See the letters on the far right, to me, the top word looks like an L and the bottom word looks like a Y. Like it ends with a Y. It's Snoople Jimmy. Best candies in all of Silent Hill. Sure could go for a box of Snoople Jimmies right now. And then the little heart box. Heart. Been locked inside my heart-shaped box. That's cool. Anything down there? No. There's stuff down here. Actually, you know what? I can also be, since it is very dark, if it's something that I can get to, and kind of get Heather in place and get the flashlight on it. Bar and Grill, Lakesides. Not Lakeside, Lakesides. Apostrophe S. Lakeside's Bar and Grill. All blocked off. Funny enough, even before the cam hack, a lot of this stuff we've looked at. Because there's an out-of-bounds trick. Well, there's several out-of-bounds tricks in the Silent Hill 3 speedrun that involves going out of bounds and running behind these buildings. What are the texture resolution settings in the options? This is PC version, right? No, this is the PS2 version. This is on PCSX2 emulator. But as far as like PCSX2 settings, it's nothing too crazy. I've got a widescreen and a 60 FPS patch applied. I've got 1080p internal resolution, so things are up-resed slightly. And then I've got the cam hack. Otherwise, that's it. Candies Market. There's some other word there. Candy something something market. Maybe on PC the textures are higher res and we can learn the secrets of Snoople. Oh, it does say Lakeside Amusement Park. You're right, Hin. It's just put together very strangely. It says Lakeside Amusement Park in the middle. Candy Market across the top and bottom. Candle Market? That's not how you would spell candy. Candle Lakeside Amusement Park Market. And the thing is actually called The Sweets of Candy Pot, Lakeside Amusement Park. Lakeside Amusement Park. See, that's why we do this. That's why I love doing this. Because we find Lakeside. The sign is just a little drunk? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's owned by Sean Connery. The Lakeside Amusement Park. Souvenir shop. The Lakeside Amusement Park. Yep, there's those little photos of people. Sweet Factory souvenir shop. This one just says amusement park. Wait. Yeah. I might say Lakeside up there. It's just very dark. boxes, staff only, anything in the boxes. Empty. Cool. That's the handmade doll sign. And that's the little separator keeping you from going around that side. Oh, look at that. You can see the banners here. Have like faces and stuff on them. That whole border around the top. Yeah, it is very, very Greek looking. Sort of Colosseum-esque. Especially, you know, with the pillars. Then we have the void. Up, up. And we should be able to do some cool stuff like this. Ew, we're dropping in. Right into the middle. Alright, let's move on. We are going to get another chance to look at all this stuff anyway. Considering we'll be back to the amusement park later in the game. Hiya. I wonder how much of this stuff resembles how it would look without the Otherworld makeover. That's a really good point. I mean, we never get a chance to really see Lakeside Amusement Park when it's not otherworldly. Now we've got another one of these sort of Vaultiel-esque cult figures hanging from a flag post. Oh look, there's another one over here. He's like nailed. Yeah, these same recurring figures. Just displayed in different ways. That one's like nailed up there. This one has both arms up hanging from the flag post. More Robbies. Stuck in these weird, like, little areas. The hell, that one's underground. I don't think I ever noticed this one. That there's one literally just under the ground here. Can you see that one when you Oh, just barely. You can see a little bit of pink. You can kind of see him down there. Don't think you've ever seen the hanging bodies. I've gone around and looked for a bunch of them. I don't know that I ever noticed this one over here. I've looked at this one on the flag post before. But I don't know that I've ever really noticed or called attention to that one over there. This guy hanging by the nail. This stuff is so cool to me. I'm sure this is like the nerdiest shit in the world to some people, and you don't have any idea how stuff like this in a game that I've played a million times over the last 20 years could still be interesting to me, but man, it really is. Lakeside Amusement Park. Another body over here. Another one hanging from a nail, like one of these flags. Some pipes. Damn, those go down far before they stop rendering. Bunch of them. The river fall. Never really get too good of a look at these other like rides and stuff. You can see, you know, there's the whole thing's not even rendered there, but still get really close here. All the little palm trees and the sign itself. That's pretty neat. How far does that go around? Okay, just to right there. Get in real close looking at the closer. Oh, dude, there's another body hanging right here underneath where the closer is. I've gone through and pointed these guys out. There are so many more of them just in this one area that I didn't realize, like, how many of them are in this area. Just like hanging down below. Yeah, look at the closer. It's really gross when you look at it for like this much. Oh, look at the textures. It looks like it's face textures that are sort of like cut up and scattered around. Yeah, at first I thought this little circular part was supposed to be like an eye, but it looks like an ear. It looks like an ear texture. Huh. Really cool. The dead fish's mouth. I can kind of see that too. Wouldn't be surprised if that's how Ito approached it. Took human head textures and turned them into these. It looks very similar to the closer, or excuse me, to the slurper texture. So when we get to a slurper that I can zoom in on, I'll have to compare. But yeah, that wouldn't be too surprising. Ito likes taking the human form and sort of presenting it in really abstract and grotesque ways. So if he was like, okay, I'm going to make the texture a mishmash of like faces, human faces, with like a distinguishable mouth, but everything else is more abstract. That is very much sort of within his design philosophy. This one has like a rope around its neck. Oh, it's a belt. Like a buckle. It's part of the straitjacket, I guess. Love this effect. This like crawling, creeping type of texture, and there's like moving, burning textures and stuff in the church towards the end of the game. This game and the use of like the animated moving textures are so good. Not only are they just really cool effects, but they're used in really good ways to emphasize them, but not sort of ruin the effect, I guess. This way to the Green Labyrinth. The mountain coaster. You can see they only render like a little bit of this area until you go through the fence. Really cool. That's awesome. I definitely didn't know about some of these bodies hanging over here and the Robbies. That's what I'm excited for. That's what I've been looking forward to with this playthrough, and why I love these kind of cam hack playthroughs. I'm gonna try and find more cam hack things for the other games. And hopefully I can do like the whole series like this. I just want to kill all the enemies. This is basically going to be a kill everything run. See ya. Oh, I should have chased the camera after it. Yeah, there it is. They actually land down here. So eventually, they just land down here. You can see there's Heather all the way up there. Now we can get a close-up look at the pendulum. Hate these things, but they are a cool design. These bodies that are like wrapped together at the torso. Blades just like stuck on their heads. They have the god's face. It looks like their faces are just kind of bandaged up. Hard to tell. The bandages and stuff, though, a reference to, oh, I see it! No, you're totally right, Clarden. Look at that. It's like laying on its side. Am I just seeing things? Are we just seeing things now? Hang on, can I So like, that's the eye. That's the outside of the nose, the nostrils, the other eye, and then like part of the mouth, but the mouth is stretched because of the way the texture wraps right here. That looks similar to the god's face texture, but like stretched and skewed. Very interesting. Yeah, we might get a better look at one a little bit later. But that's really cool. Even if it's unintentional, that's just a really cool effect. Five coupons for $1.50. Attraction ticket for the Lakeside Amusement Park. I think that one sign is the only one that said Lakeside. There's Robbie the Rabbit and Kathy the Kitty. Yeah, those mascots look like they have seen some shit. Lakeside Amusement Park attractions. You know, I think that's just supposed to be like rust or a blood splatter or something. But for a second, I thought that was supposed to be like a buffalo. I was like, is there a hidden buffalo mascot? Or like a Western theme to the attraction here or something like that? But I don't think it's... I think it's just how that particular shape is. Just like rust or something. That amusement park. All the little stickers and cracks in the glass. Little doorway around that side. No entry. 15 coupons for $4. 5 for $1.50. Or 15 for $4. Yeah, that's a better deal. Neon mountain coaster sign. Not even neon. One of the older signs with just like the tiny little individual bulbs. What's down here? Not much of anything. Okay. But see, like, I've got to check underground. We're finding, like, hidden Robbies and other shit. Bodies tucked away in random little spots that I didn't know about before, so... worth looking around. We're going to go up the stairs with the camera first. Before going up with Heather. But that's a good example. I can pull back here. And we can sort of see that whole stairwell. When you first come in, like all of this is already rendered. All the way up here. That's cool. Get to see this little area where you're supposed to be able to load into the roller coaster. Always looked extra creepy since it's like the entire thing's not even there, but even more so with this camera view. In the locker, nothing. They usually point this out. Now we can get a really much better look at it because I wasn't sure what it was before. Dude, it's a body sticking out of the vent. I always thought this was just like a random hunk of meat with that texture on it. But that's the legs and ass of one of these Balteal looking bodies. And it's like sticking out of the vent here. That's crazy. Now I finally know what this is. Do you ever see it from this side with like the arms? Hold on. Is it possible to even look up there? Look at Heather. Like, me trying to not use the cam hack. If you try to just push up on, like, hold down your camera button and push up to look. That's all that you normally get to see. So you can't look up and see it from down here. Maybe you can look up and see it partway. I can't adjust my camera at all here. Right here. If you're going back down the stairs, you can kind of see it. If you get all the way to the top of the stairs and then try to go back down, you might notice the arms sticking out. But I never did. And I've played this game, I don't know, thousands of times, not exaggerating. And I never realized what this was supposed to be. I thought this was supposed to be just like abstract, indiscernible hunk of meat with that creepy, crawly texture on it. Just to be gross and creepy and weird. But no, it's totally a guy stuck in the vent. That's so cool. It's locked. So, here's something not supposed to be able to do. Because I'm playing the PS2 version, there's actually a glitch here. There it is. You can examine the switch to turn off the roller coaster through the wall. This does not work on the PC version, but it works on the PS2 version. So even though this is the intro, this is the nightmare at the beginning, you can turn the switch off and then go on the tracks. So now, watch this. Don't worry, we'll examine all this stuff closely later on, since we'll revisit the amusement park. But normally, this is the intro of Silent Hill 3. So if you get to this part of the intro, you're not supposed to be able to turn off the roller coaster. So it should always show up and hit you. And then that kills you and wakes you up from the nightmare. And then Heather wakes up and the game starts normally. But because of that glitch, which is only on the PS2 console version, we turned off the roller coaster during the nightmare. So then what happens? Well, first, we get a bugged out cutscene
to find the girl.
where the character models don't load in.
What is it now?
You lied to
But
me
this is
about Heather, lady.
Douglas and Claudia
I don't like being you.
talking as though you're in the amusement park later when you visit for real, not the nightmare amusement park in the beginning of the game,
But
which is where we just were.
she was originally one of us.
So if we skip the broken cutscene, Heather wakes up as though she just fell off the roller coaster. And now we are in Lakeside Amusement Park. We skipped from the nightmare at the very beginning of the game all the way to this part of Lakeside Amusement Park. We skipped all of that. Do you want to know why this is not currently a speedrun strat? Well, open up your inventory and take a look. You still have the same inventory from the nightmare sequence because you never actually properly started the game. Which means the only two items you have are your flashlight and your radio. You don't have your necklace. You don't have the Aglofatus. So you can play the entire rest of the game all the way up to the very end where you encounter Claudia and then not fight the final boss and not beat the game because you don't have the Aglofatus. If there were some way to spawn that item in or trigger the final boss fight without using it, this would be one of the biggest skips in Silent Hill 3, even with all of the current out-of-bounds things. But because that one item is not in your inventory, can't do it. Just a little extra, little bonus thing that's fun to show. Since I don't stream this version of the game very often, usually I do the PC version. So that's a very specific glitch that only works on PS2, and even then, it only really works on emulator. Because if you do it on an actual console, when the game tries to load that cutscene with Claudia and Douglas, like I said, that cutscene is broken. Well, the emulator just displays the broken cutscene. If you do it on an actual console, that cutscene will just crash the game. Now let's do what you're normally supposed to do. Can't you use save states in the emulator? I can. But, yeah. I also speedrun this game, so if you're asking, like, why didn't I just save state instead of restarting the game? Because I speedrun and it takes me, like, 10 seconds to get here. It's fine. The difference of, I guess, 2 seconds versus 10 seconds. Save state would still be the smarter thing to do, but hey. You don't watch me because I'm smart. What we got over here? Little castle. Look at how, like, how cool this is with all the lighting and everything. You barely get to see this walking along the tracks normally. The big fake mountain, part of the mountain coaster. I do watch because you're quite knowledgeable. I mean, being knowledgeable about the game and then making, like, smart, efficient choices, like using save states. Two different things. The difference between your intelligence and your wisdom stat when you play D&D. I have intelligence. I've memorized a lot of facts. I wouldn't say I'm particularly wise. Yeah, this is the intro. This is the dream sequence. This is how it would play out normally, as opposed to the skip that I showed.
What a nightmare. Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah.
Wonder what the burger place would look like in that scene specifically. If the cam hack, yeah, sadly cam hack doesn't work during cutscenes. I can try to move the camera during cutscenes and it just does this.
Okay.
So, that doesn't really help.
Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Oh! Except if I press that?
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Carter.
What's going on?
I'm a detective.
I broke it.
A detective? Really?
Oh,
Well, nice talking to you.
okay.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour.
Again.
No, half an hour of your time.
Okay.
My
It's
daddy
broken
always
now.
told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
Well, now I have a turn the cutscene gray button.
Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry.
Why do you have to scream?
I'll wait here.
I'll just wait for you creepily outside the women's restroom. Good old Douglas. All right, here's the moment you've all been waiting for. The reflection in the mirror. Well, this is how they do it. It's just another room. It's exactly the same as the room that you are in. There are two Heather models that are both responding to your control inputs. One is just reversed. They do the same thing for the bathroom reflection in Silent Hill 2. Yeah. This is a tried and true way of doing reflections in video games. It's been used for a long time. It is still used to this day. Although now it's finally starting to be phased out. With, you know, what's the crazy lighting effect everybody makes a big deal about? RTX? Is that what it is? I don't know. I play 30-year-old video games, don't ask me. Ray tracing. Thank you. Do both Heathers have shadows? I don't know why I went to the options menu as if I could turn on shadows, because that's a thing in the PC version, and my brain was just like, I don't think I've got shadows turned on. PS2. Not an option. Oh, you can see her shadow on the door, though. Yeah. Is this the first time anyone's used the camera hack? Definitely not. This was, developed. Let's see if I can find the person who had the codes. I had to figure out so much stuff. I'm not usually very good at. I don't do like cam hack streams and stuff like that because I'm not very tech minded. Like, I struggle with even basic things like cheat engine and stuff. And basically, I just found a YouTube video through a YouTuber that does a lot of video game and Silent Hill hacks. I'm trying to remember his name. But he basically had a YouTube video with like, here's the codes to use with Codebreaker to enable free cam. And I had no idea what to do with those codes. It was just like 4 strings of numbers. So I had to go on a whole deep dive rabbit hole to figure out
Who would even think of
how
doing
to like
something
do
so
anything with those codes
disgusting?
and get the cam to work. But eventually I figured it out. But no, this is not the first time anyone's cam hacked anything. Yo, DSB. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Very much appreciate it. We're looking at turtlets. Doing some turtlet inspection. This is where the dicks hang out. What is that? Oh, it's the little... This one's got the little, yeah. It's got the little spot to put your baby. You can put your little baby in a stool while you take a shit in front of them. Awesome. Got a 3054 2-try romper. Dude, 3054 is still really fucking good. But that's awesome, man. And yeah, shoutouts to DSB. Definitely go give DSB a follow if you're not already. Really good Silent Hill speedrunner. Which, the run was actually the Silent Hill 1 new game easy console world record was broken by JJ Fox Legacy earlier today. 29 minutes and 35 seconds. That is an insane time for that category. He just like got a 2940 something a few months ago. And then a 2930 today. 2935. Insane. Is the name you're trying to remember Rodolfo Nunez? It is. Thank you so much, Skulls. Rodolfo Nunez is the YouTube channel that I was trying to think of. Yeah, being able to check out his channel. He's done a lot of hacks and mods and stuff for Silent Hill games, so I highly recommend it. But yeah, it was through his channel I was able to figure out how to set up this free cam for Silent Hill 3. Hey, Tinkerbell. But yeah, you can see despite Heather's response, there's not actually anyone in that bathroom. Nothing is rendered. Although this is a good spot that I want to show. So if you free cam over here, past all these boxes and things, you can see there's this low res texture back here. This little backdrop. You can see the way that they do that to make it look like it's got some depth without actually having to render anything that far back in the distance. But if you look here at what that image is, that is the Texon gas station from Silent Hill. You originally see it in Silent Hill 2. There's like a blue car parked underneath where you get the steel pipe. And we'll run past it later here in Silent Hill 3. But right away there's like a little glimpse of an area from Silent Hill. As soon as you're outside. Now, I don't think that's intentional. I don't think that's necessarily supposed to be like foreshadowing of like, hey, look, you're going to Silent Hill. Maybe that was the intention. Maybe they just needed something to look like a background just to give some depth to this scene. But either way, a cool little detail. Like the small dumpster. Yeah. You've got the regular sized dumpsters here, and then the little one right here for perspective. Because when you're looking at it from here, like, you can't even see normally that way until you're like right there. So that's the most you get to see of it. Perfect effect. It looks like what it's supposed to. It doesn't look strange at all. Until you know, take the camera through it and see how they did it. Even for just a flat image, that's also such a pretty sky. Look at that. Like a Bob Ross painting. Go inside the bathroom after we're outside the window. Yeah, low poly bathroom. There's a lot of environments that are like this, where there's a super low-res texture version compared to the version that you actually are in and interact with. Just the flat image with the stalls. Great. Again, just enough to give the impression that the stuff that is in the bathroom that you just left out of is actually in there. This is something right here. This might not seem like a big deal or like a big detail. So I've got a PlayStation 5, and there was a trailer for The Matrix and like a tech demo or the newest Unreal Engine that was like a Matrix city that you could run around and drive around in and explore. It was supposed to just be like a tech demo of like, look how cool and detailed this new engine can be. And me and Rachel were poking around on that Matrix demo. Yeah, the Matrix Awakens thingy, where it was supposed to be this really impressive tech demo. And like, yeah, it's got nice, you know, ooh, the water, the roads are so reflective and look like it just rained. But when you'd go up to like buildings and look inside windows, it was just like a flat, low-res texture, like less effort than this. Less effort than even this from 2003. And I was like, yeah, your engine looks great for certain things. It looks really nice on like cars and model textures for like vehicles and roads, and certain things looked really good. But when you got up close and looked at a lot of other stuff, it was like, it's not that impressive. Silent Hill 3 is pulling off better, you know, low-res interior background shots and things. This is a game made by people who care, so it's not a fair comparison. Unreal Engine 5 demo is amazing. The trick of the demo is that the whole thing can be mashed together in about a day, look like a city, and stream in perfectly. Don't get me wrong, it still is impressive, and there are still impressive things about it. I just thought it was really funny that there's so much emphasis on certain visual aspects of it, and then other things like what you see in a building window. Like, who's not going to go walk up to the stores and the shops? There was all those little storefronts and things. You can't go in any of them, but you can look inside like through the glass. So, like, of course people are going to go and look at that stuff. Why did it look like shit? Why did it look worse than a PlayStation 2 game? Yeah, Eddie's delivery van. That license plate texture is flipped. 347 something 231. Give me a second. I will be right back. Alright. Yeah, I went and opened up and I got a drink. But no, I kept hearing the doorbell go off. Usually if our doorbell goes off like once, I'm like, okay, Rachel probably got food or something. And then I heard it go off again, like 10 minutes after the first time. I was like, nah, it might be something going on. So went to go see what it was. Yeah, termite inspector. So far, no issues with termites. So we've got a good termite bug service. Did the termites pass? There were none, which is a pass in my book. Not even a front. There's no windshield on this van. more little bathrooms. Yeah, same bathroom texture as the other side. Things I've learned, there are termite inspectors, I guess, for wooden houses. Most houses have wooden bones. In the US, they do. Depending on where Clarden is from, a lot of places in Europe and a lot of the rest of the world probably have concrete, brick, and stone. But yeah, most US homes are wood. At least partially. So termites are a big issue. House skeleton. What? You don't take care of your house bones? The Revolt of Turn Ale. Some Hiro Usuda artwork. There's nothing quite there. Employees only. We can look at a lot of the little signs and stuff closely. Anything in these boxes? Oh, it has text. Go Packers. What does it say, Packers? Does it say it? Oh, it does say it on the outside as well. So it's not something hidden. I never noticed the word Packers written on these boxes, though. Go Packers. That's funny. Locker door won't open. Okay, we can look inside. Oh god, I'm dying. Like I said, my throat might give out. Most likely will give out at some point during the stream. Eventually, you are able to unlock this and go through it. So they actually rendered this little chunk of the hallway here. Drink water, bro. Don't die. I've got water and a soda next to me. We're good. We also have the means for hot tea. Yeah, that might help. Central Square. Something of a shop. And and something list of shopping units inside of a shop. Something order list of shopping units. Central square inside of a shop. Round a test of shopping mills. Like a fucked up Wheel of Fortune puzzle. You could be right, though, considering there's a lot of, like, mistranslated English and stuff like that on these kind of signs. We already saw Lakeside Amusement Park. Had to read some real gnarly text on Rule of Rose pixelated assets. These seem a bit more reasonable. I'll take your word for it. It's been a while since I've gone through Rule of Rose. And I definitely didn't look at it closely as I'm looking through this. Cosmetic Angel. One cool thing about this part here, if you zoom it all the way up, you can see some of these little store displays actually have stuff in them, even though you can't see it normally. You can see where there's these extra little things rendered. Sounds like a shit ton of pigeons. It kind of does. But yeah, see? You can only see like half of this normally. And it's through the glass. We can take the camera right inside there and see this entire dress is rendered. And the dress form. Dress stand, mannequin. Different little handbags. All these little details, like this could have just, they could have just closed the shutters and not bothered with like any of this. But that's what a lot of other game developers might do. Team Silent, they put in so much like so much detail, even in spots where it would never be seen. And we get to watch Christopher. No dogs. Red tag sale. See, even behind all of this, there's like low res image for the store, the shelves. You don't see any of that. It's completely blocked by a curtain. There's still a texture back here. Don't forget Bert's hat. Nothing behind the doors at Bert's hat. Purple side. Let me move some light over here. Or... Oh, right. I don't have a flashlight because it's the beginning of the game again. I got used to having the flashlight during the nightmare sequence. I'm like, why is this not getting brighter? You gotta go pick up the fucking flashlight, dummy. Pupple side. I didn't realize it was misspelled on the door. P-U-P-L-E. Puple. The puple side. Oh, it says it here too. It's all puplicide. Except for this one. Even the R in the sign just kind of looks like the left part of the P. So it's like once they realized it was misspelled, they just took the section of the P to make an R for it. Duplicide. You can't just console command a flashlight? Shame. I probably could actually. I think I can actually just add everything into my inventory all right now. Fancy goods. And then, of course, we can go inside the Boutique Marguerite and see the low-res version of the textures in there before we go in. It's interesting because they show, like, a pretty decent amount of it. More than they really have to. Because again, from like a normal perspective, that's all you can see. Just this tiny little bit at the bottom. But all that is rendered. Properties. All the maps. All items and shirts. Didn't work. Okay, Mac. Old statistics. All items and shirts. All weapons and supplies. Beams. Jokers. I don't even know what some of this is. Okay, one of those worked. Did it actually give me the flashlight, though? Look at all the shirts. This game, yeah, there we go. Game does have a ton of... Oh, it doesn't work. Since you're not supposed to have the flashlight right now. It just doesn't work, even if you force it into your inventory with cheats. How funny. Hey, Harakiri. Watched all your videos on YouTube a few years ago. Big fan. IMO some of the best content, but then your channel was kind of gone. I'm happy you're back. Yeah, the channel's been back for quite a while now. I deleted the original YouTube channel, and then for a few years, I had a friend of mine, Dorian House, running a re-upload channel called Restless Dreams. And a couple years ago, I remade my own YouTube channel again. So this, for example, will be up on YouTube after it's done. There is a lot of if it's been a few years since you watched all my videos, you've got a few years worth of videos to catch up on. But yeah, just look up Nub Zombie on YouTube. You'll find me. Or one of my moderators might link it. But thank you. I'm glad you enjoy what I do.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me! What the hell is this thing?
It's a monster. Look at it. Let's step on its head, apparently. Oh. Now we have the void version of just outside the boutique. Another closer.
Thanks.
Harakiri, thank you so much for the sub. Very much appreciate the support. Thank you so much. And look at all these little details on the closer. They've got this like chain. Or is that like a spine? They do have little bones. Yeah, see these little bone spikes. That they will attack you with. You can see the whole thing is just there folded up inside the arm. And it just folds out whenever they attack you with it. Oop. Monster upskirt. Why I really appreciate those subs here on Twitch, because my YouTube channel is going to be demonetized for monster upskirts. So really, really do appreciate that. I'm trying to look at the pens in the cup. Just look at them. Look at that detail. Little boxes and stuff up underneath the register. Is that a Pen 15? Are you a member of the Pen 15 club, Walter Sullivan? Here's Angela. I've showed her off during story playthroughs, but now, ooh, not quite like this. Oh. Poor Angela. Yeah, they reused Angela's model for this corpse. Yeah, look at the eyes. The bright red shoes. What are those? I don't know anything about shoes. What's the two lines like that? That's a particular brand, isn't it? Isn't that like Adidas or something? Reebok? Isn't that like a traditional design of one of those? Is it Reebok? The store brand knockoffs? The Walmart specials? Puma? Doesn't Puma have like a little Puma on the logo? Still crazy details. Just for like, victim model. Being able to repurpose Angela. Ugh. See if there's anything hiding up here on the top shelves. More handbags. Like Hawaiian shirts. That's cool. It's great that you're sharing your first close cam hack look at Silent Hill 3 with us. It's much appreciated. I'm just glad all of you can hopefully appreciate this the way that I do. Because this is the type of stuff that genuinely just interests me. Like, even if I didn't stream or anything like that, this is the kind of stuff that I enjoy doing just as a Silent Hill fan. So, just going through and exploring things the way that I naturally want to, and never, got to do any sort of cam hack type of thing for Silent Hill 3 like this. So I've seen other people do it. I've watched like, boundary break videos and shit, but very rarely do I get to play around with this kind of stuff myself. So I'm just glad you guys enjoy it, because that's kind of been the theme of a lot of the streams lately. It's not a typical playthrough, if even a playthrough of anything at all. It's more like, this is how I get my information. We're reading the Book of Lost Memories. We're listening to and reacting to podcasts and interviews with developers, and playing around with, cam hacks and stuff like this. This is a big way that I just sort of explore these games and learn more about them. And it's fun sharing that process with everybody through the streams, rather than just a typical playthrough where I talk about stuff. I've done that. I've done enough of those over the years. I think that's about everything here. Can you move the camera while on pause or item screen? No. Can't move it while paused. Can't move it in the inventory. Tried inventory earlier. Didn't try while paused, but no. It also doesn't seem to work during cutscenes. Like, you can kind of basically move the framing of the cutscene, but you can't really explore. Although I did manage to break it during that Douglas cutscene, where it was like some random spot in the mall and then turned into a gray void. I think this is called content tourism. That sounds really, I guess accurate, I guess. Like, it's one way to refer to it. I just like exploring these games. I love these games. I love learning new things about them. And the fact that I've still been able to learn new things about them after so many years of playing them, I think is a testament to how well crafted the original Silent Hill games are. Nothing behind these doors or the elevator. There's the map that we pick up. It's actually accurate to the map, the way it looks when you open it. This was some more Turn Ale artwork, more Hiro Usuda artwork. This blow dry. Foreshadowing the blow dryer in the sewers? Probably not. What was the most incredible thing you discovered about the classic Silent Hill games after years? Limp Biscuit Lover 69. What a name. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Zelatath Tier. Thank you, Limp Biscuit Lover. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the sub, Zelatath. Most incredible thing I've discovered about the classic Silent Hill games. Man, that's really hard to narrow down. I think my favorite discovery of like an Easter egg thing is probably the coins in Silent Hill 2. Just because like it is like a little puzzle in itself to figure out that Easter egg, to figure out what the writing is, to figure out that it's Greek characters, but it's not Greek writing. It's just a symbol font that uses Greek characters. So that's one of those things that you kind of figure out each layer to it, where you figure out the characters, you figure out the font, you figure out that it's Japanese, and then you translate the Japanese, and it's like, oh, what a cool little Easter egg. Referencing... Oh no, I should not have picked up the map. My control to angle the camera upwards is triangle. And there's no way to change that. You can on PC, not on PS2. I mean, I guess I could with... No, because it'll still read it the same way, even if I reconfigure it to a different input. I should have not picked up this map. That's just going to make angling everything awkward now. Reset? Yeah, I'm going to reset. Where does that put me if I continue? Very beginning. Perfect. That's fine. Favorite is the long stairs in Silent Hill 2 that are all real with no looping trickery. That was definitely a cool one. That was one that, like, I'd heard about it. I knew how it was done, but having that playthrough with Neko Run, where Neko Run just pulled the camera way, way back and showed the entire staircase from top to bottom, was really, really cool. Also, it's your birthday, so wanted to pay it forward. No worries, just watching one of your Silent Hill lore VODs and saw you were live. Limp Biscuit Lover, happy birthday. Thank you so much. It's awesome. I really appreciate it. All right, no map. No map this time. That way I can still angle the camera up like this, and we just get text on the screen instead of the screen going away. Ooh, soft drinks. Dead by Daylight palettes. Can't normally go all the way downstairs here. Nothing else rendered, but the fact that you can go down here and there's still like a door, anything else, can't get anywhere close to where you would even see that normally. God damn it. I wish I could pause what Heather is doing whenever I'm controlling the camera. But even something like a simple stairwell. A lot of extra little things. Details in the environment. Oh yeah. I used the cheat to unlock everything. Even though this is New Game and not New Game Plus, it also gave us all the New Game Plus outfits and shit. So I can use my cheated in New Game Plus stuff on regular New Game. And it just works. Ooh. That cutscene is very flickery for some reason. I think the 60F patch might have been fucking with it. It works. Nice. So now we can take a look at the numb body. Look at his little mouth hole. He's just a little fella. A silly little guy. We assume it is a mouth? True. Orifice. Look at his little grippy feet. He's got little bumpy toes. Little grippies. Little bumpily feets. And we've also got that same Silent Hill 2 Easter egg. I looked at it in the previous hallway. But this is actually the cover to the Silent Hill 2 complete guide, the Japanese strategy guide for Silent Hill 2. So that's what this blue texture is. That's Angela's face. And then in the bottom left is Laura's face. It's in a little bit better resolution in the other hallways where we'll see it, but cool being able to zoom in and kind of point out these details. A lot of these things that I've talked about during story playthroughs before, and I'm like, damn, I wish I could look at that closer while I talk about it. Well, now I can. Look at, they got the sprinkler system up here. Got Solid Snake hiding in the vents. See? It's like we're playing Metal Gear Solid now. Crawling through the vents. Gonna look down, look at Meryl doing sit-ups. Go through the whole ventilation duct. Oh my god, you can even see the handle for the beam saber. Like, the doorknob looks different. It actually has a little bit of the leopard print pattern. It's very garbled. But that's the leopard print handle. See? For the beam saber. Because on regular new game, it's just a broken lock, a door you can't open. But yeah, New Game Plus, that becomes the beam saber. Time to look at all the things on the shelves. Earth. There it is. A whole box of Earth. Many boxes of Earth. Drug addiction. The fuck? There's boxes that just say drug addiction. Some drug addiction, some Earth. Some whatever that says. Something elimination? My elimination? My illumination? My imagination. I'd like to solve the puzzle. I think it's my imagination. I mean, it's not my imagination. I think the words that it says are my imagination. It's not in my imagination. Or maybe it's my imagination. And I'm just imagining that it says my imagination. I need more drugs. Step on cans. Kid named Cans. Nothing in it. What kind of stuff are they selling in this mall? Right? Oh, there's the key. Look at that. It's actually fucking there. Again, this is the view you normally get. You can barely even tell that that's what that's supposed to be. But it's fully there. Something's fallen between the table and the floor. I think it might be a key. If my arms were a little bit longer, then I wouldn't need tongs. Oops. Didn't mean to examine it again. Oh. These. Just like lights. Nope. Interacted with the save point. Ah, yes, a pallet, aka table. Oops. Oh yeah, it does say table. Something's fallen between the table and the floor. I never really thought of it like that, because I always sort of thought that it was like a table here next to the pallet, but it's not. It's just boxes. It's just boxes and a pallet. There's no table at all. You're on drugs, Heather. Let's see what's in the jerky room. Still looking at it.
Sexy.
He's a pupper. Ew. Look at his little flat human teeth. My guess is that was translated with text only. Probably says die in Japanese, and die can be a million things. Table, pallet, shelf, rack, you name it. Well, I would expect better from Jeremy Blaustein to look at a scene. But yeah, he probably had to translate it before they had a visual, or the visual may have changed. Like maybe it was a table and then they changed it to a pallet, but they never changed Jeremy's initial translation. When seen from the front, it looks like a human face. Yeah, it is a lot more human-like than what I previously could tell. Again, you don't really get to see these things with this much detail. See, this side of the head looks a little more dog-like. That side looks way more dog-like. And then that side looks very human. Oh, that's weird. I never picked up on that detail. I always look at like the bandages and the burns and stuff because that's the obvious like tie back to Alessa. But the fact that the head is split is sort of like the split between Alessa and Cheryl. But then I never realized how different each side of the face looks. That's really cool. When you're translating very early on in development, like what Blaustein did, with these, he probably missed context due to no assets being available yet. Like the pack of canned juice in Silent Hill 2, yeah. Probably was just looking at text on a page with like a little bit of a description. There's a flyer. Crispy toasted bread right to your very door. Everything's on sale. Helen's Bakery was going to be the original name for the main character of this game. Helen. Then they changed it to Heather. Named after her actress. It's bread! It is indeed bread. Look at that bread. That's some good looking bread. They scanned an actual slice of bread for that. They mocapped this fucking bread. All the signs are the same thing. They all say something $3. What does it say? Nibelheim? What the fuck does it say? Something buns? You see the word buns? Oh, it is. It's all like run together though. Can't. There's only so much zooming I can do. It's very like making very, very small like changes is difficult. Natural something? Natural buns? Could be natural buns. Look at all these natural buns. For these. Fuck. Delicious taste. Something bleached. something something. Delicious taste. AI bleached. Apple aromated. I can't read. It says the same thing, but it's a different picture. All natural homegrown buns. That's okay. We've also got fruits paste. Delicious taste fruits paste. Mmm. Those look good. Oh, the sign is different. Tasty bread? Toasty bread? Tasty bread. Let me get some of that tasty bread. $2.89. Somebody hand wrote this. Like that is just somebody on Team Silent like hand wrote that and scanned it in or something. Look at the way the 289, it looks like the way, like if you try to draw something with your mouse in MS Paint, it looks like that. Where they were using like a digital art program without a stylus. More tasty bread. More Nibelheims. What are these, pickles? I was supposed to get pickles. Olives, maybe? Oh yeah, it does look, the little label seems very olive-like. Orange. Green apple. All of my favorites. That's just a photograph of like a real kitchen. That's somebody's kitchen with a big old basket of baguettes on the table. Basket of wheat. Some good taste flour. Whoops. All bleached. Never reformatted. Never oromatted. What does that say? Natural milk. I hope it's cow's milk. Whatever it is, it's natural. Yeah, natural, unrefrigerated milk. Just sitting on the shelf. That's the good stuff. There's like different types of flour bags with different labels and shit on them. More fruits paste. Some sauce. Don't know what kind of sauce, but it's got a label with a spoon on it that says sauce. Is that pizza? Give me a slice of pizza. Right in between the chicken pot pie and chocolate covered donuts. Baguette. Long bread. Here's that same kitchen photo that was over there. More jams. I like to make jams. Remember Ascension? We're going to have to go through Ascension again soon. It's almost done.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town
I
over.
promised I would go through it when it was done airing. Yo, what's up, Three Dog? Welcome back, man. Thank you so much for the 70 months. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today, man. I know you put in a lot of hours doing your Silent Hill marathon stream the other day, but I was there for a good chunk of it. Always entertaining. Always a good time. But yeah, welcome. I got a cam hack working for Silent Hill 3, so we're going through looking at absolutely everything with super intense detail. It's been 3 hours and I'm like barely still at the beginning of the mall. This is definitely going to need to be multiple days kind of stream. If I still had the endurance for streaming that I had when I was younger, I'd be like, yeah, 20, 26, 27 hour stream. We'll just look at everything. Can't do that anymore. Any interesting finds? There were some like bodies and Robbie the Rabbit mascots that were like in places I wouldn't have expected during the Nightmare intro. One of the bodies, like I never even realized was a body stuck in a vent. I always thought it was just like a hunk of meat or something hanging on a wall in the roller coaster control room. And it's a body stuck in a vent. But I never realized that's what it was supposed to be because I couldn't see it from the other side.
Sexy.
So that was pretty neat.
Sexy. Sexy. Sexy.
Ooh. Try and get a look at him while he's alive. No. There he goes. Oh. Going after Heather. You can smell her. If I back up, it just zooms out.
Sexy. Sexy bee.
There we go. Now we can look at all of the stores in peace. Bluebell, makers of ice cream. They're closed. Sunshine Princess. Not nearly as cool as Princess Heart. Still kind of neat. Oh man, and we can look at like every floor. Natalie's shoes. And some of these textures and things. Oh, it's like all one continuous between these stores. My bestsellers. I always thought that this looked very much like the Final Fantasy font. Like something about this just looks like the like a Final Fantasy game logo to me. The Bookstore, the low poly, low res version of the Bookstore, what you can see from outside. The Bookstore actually looks very different once you go into it. I mean, obviously more than just the textures being better, but like the layout of everything is kind of different. Silent Hill 3 predicted the state of malls 20 years later. I mean, Silent Hill 3 predicted Norman Reedus being in a Silent Hill 11 years later. 11 years between Silent Hill 3 and PT. Because if you actually look over here, there is Norman Reedus. Right there. No joke. That is Norman Reedus on the right. Right there. It's taken from an actual, like, photograph magazine cover. Is that before Boondock Saints? I think so. This was for a different movie of his. Let me see. Pulling up my notes. Gossip. The movie is called Gossip. So, the Gossip film, that was 2000 that came out. But yeah, that is Norman Reedus in Silent Hill back in 2003. Like I said, 11 years before PT. There's Norman Reedus in a Silent Hill game. This is one of those things that I've pointed out during story playthroughs, and I'm like, man, I wish I could show it more closely, well, it doesn't really get much closer than this. I actually asked the artist about that somewhat recently, a few weeks ago. So the background artist for Silent Hill 3, the person who designed most of the environments and things in this game, her name is Hiro Usuda, and she's very active on Twitter. She also streams on Twitch. So let me do a shout out. There we go. If you want to go follow Team Silent member, former Team Silent member Hiro Usuda, who designed these backgrounds for Silent Hill 3, she streams and does artwork on Twitch and stuff, but she's also active on Twitter, and I asked her about this recently, since she mentioned that all of this was her artwork, designing all of these areas. So I asked her about this. I asked her about Norman Reedus. I was like, did you specifically choose these magazine covers? Were they things that you just had laying around? Like, I was curious if there was some story behind these magazine covers, and specifically this one with Norman Reedus. And unfortunately, she was like, yeah, sorry, I don't really remember. I mean, it was 21 years ago. Can't really blame her. But yeah. Still interesting. Just as a fun little thing. Cool Easter egg. Wonder who some of these other celebrities are. Because, I mean, all of these are actual things taken from magazines and stuff. So we've got Norman Reedus and whoever these other two actors are with him. Oh, yeah, that's the picture Junkall just linked. Let me can put this on stream real quick. By real quick, I mean I'm slow as fuck. There you go. So there's your comparison. See, we're making Silent Hill 3 HD right now. We're working on the Silent Hill 3 Enhanced Edition. Just stick this right there. Boom. We've already got one texture upgraded to HD. Only about 4 million to go. I wonder if this is a picture of Hiro Usuda, because it kind of looks like her, and she was a model. Based on her Twitter postings and stuff, she did some modeling for a while, and that may actually just be a photo of her. Horizontally flipped texture here. Ruins something. Search. Ruins search. Could be. Turnale. more Turnail stuff. Turnail is also a reference to Hiro Usuda. That was her website back at the time. Oh, that's cool. Kind of poster of a person. Man, there's so many unique little details in this bookstore. I'm not seeing any anal sex for dummies books, so it's not quite as funny as looking at the details in Homecoming. And yes, that's a real book. That's a real thing. In Silent Hill Homecoming, there is a book on one of the shelves, and it says on the spine, Anal Sex for Dummies. You're kidding me? Nope. Where? It's in the Shepherd House. It's one of the bookshelves in the Shepherd House. I think it's the one... The Shepherd House or Town Hall? If you actually go back and watch my... on my YouTube channel, if you watch the Silent Hill Marathon videos that I put up recently, I think I pulled up during Silent Hill Homecoming. I pulled up the Anal Sex for Dummies texture reference thing. Oh, dude, there's like stacks of posters under here. Of course, I'm struggling now. It's so hard to get like very short, precise movements with the camera hack. See, look, the poster with like the close up on the woman's eyes. There's like stacks of those. This down there, where you would like never see them. You can't see any of this stuff normally. Four faultless felons. Is that a thing? I'm Googling. It's a book by G.K. Chesterton. I thought it sounded familiar. Okay. Interesting. Communication arts, art and more. Jaime Bergman. Communication Arts is a real magazine. Hey, Meep. Communication Arts. print publication showcasing exceptional design, advertising, illustration, photography, interactive, and typography. Cool. It is a real thing. Jamie Bergman is an actress, American model and actress. Playboy magazine's Playmate of the Month in January 1999. So we got a book here about a Playboy Playmate. Funny enough, they use a Playboy cover in Silent Hill 1 as a background texture in the motel where you find the whole Kaufman side quest. And you get the Glophatus hidden in the motorcycle. I wonder if that was also Jamie Bergman. Maybe that's somebody on Team Silent's favorite Playboy Playmate. The Lost Wolf? Lost something? Think you found the communication arts image? Oh, that's cool. Fun. Bring this back up for comparison. Yeah, that's definitely it. Cool. We got another one. Let me, thank you for that, Meep. Save this. There you go. Silent Hill 3 Enhanced Edition. Texture number 2. 2 out of 9 billion. It's the cover for a Jack Off Jill album, Clear Hearts, Gray Flowers. Oh, that's cool. That. Your Heart's Gray Flowers, yeah. The cover of Clear Heart's Gray Flowers is a painting by Mark Ryden with the same name. I'm going down a rabbit hole. Mark Ryden. Oh, this guy's got some cool looking art. Album single artwork for musicians such as Aerosmith, Michael Jackson, and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Line it up, please. Oh, yeah, you're right. Don't worry. Slowly, gently. Now life is taken. Here we are. HD Silent Hill 3. Jamie Bergman. Yeah, we just looked. I told you I looked up Jamie Bergman. She's a Playboy Playmate from 1999. Playmate of the Year 1999. Bloober's gonna owe you a paycheck. Nah. I would absolutely do this effort for like Ratiocinator from the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition project. If he ever contacted me and was like, "Hey, we're going to work on Silent Hill 3 Enhanced Edition. We just need somebody to go through the game and meticulously get high definition versions of all the textures," I would do it. I'd be fine with that. And I ironically hope we get a convenient and complete equivalent to Enhanced Edition for Silent Hill 3 someday. Same, Kabi-sama. Same. The Enhanced Edition for Silent Hill 2 is like everything that the HD collection really should have been. And I would love something of that same quality for Silent Hill 3. Like, don't get me wrong. This, playing Silent Hill 3 like this on an emulator or you know, the PC version with mods, you can make it look pretty good. But it would be nice to have something as simple as like Enhanced Edition now, where it's just a an installer. Also, Hiroko World. Hiroko Usuda. Hiro Usuda. That is her. This is her world. She's the artist who designed most of these backgrounds and environments in Silent Hill 3. Since then, she has rebranded her world. Hiroko World is now the Mokyu Mokyu Kingdom. Hiro Usuda is awesome, by the way. You should absolutely follow her on Twitch. I mean, she's a member of Team Silent. One of the artists for Team Silent streams regularly on Twitch and does art. If you're a Silent Hill fan, you should be following her. I'll do the shout out in chat once more. Oh, I can only do so many shout outs. I have to wait 41 minutes before giving her another shout out. I didn't know that, actually. Makes sense. There's like a cooldown on that. Hiroko World really exists. Or it's something of hers. Hiroko World. I mean, there's apparently a business called that, but that's something else entirely. Yeah. No, this is... I'm fairly certain this is a reference to Hiro Usuda, because her full name is Hiroko Usuda. The way that she's credited in this game is Hiroko Usuda. She just goes by Hiro. How far are we in the game? We're in the bookstore in the mall. Like, if I was doing a casual playthrough, it would be like 5 minutes in. But because I'm doing a cam hack playthrough where I'm meticulously looking at every little detail in every single environment, we're 3.5 hours in. Disco Dry. What is Disco Dry? Disco Day, maybe? Is that a butt? Is that a booty? Are those pixels butt cheeks? Unbelievable. In my professional opinion, they seem to be. There's Norman Reedus again, over on this side. Oh, there's Ruin Search, but facing the correct direction. For Faultless Felons, we just looked at that as well. It is an actual book. Oh, that's Rolling Stones magazine. The top part of the logo is a little bit cut off. But I'm like, that's Rolling Stones. Rolling Street magazine. Legally distinct. Rolling Steve. That's cool. There's so many little unique textures and details just in this bookstore. Kind of crazy. Okay. I think I'm ready to move on. I think I've looked at all of the books and posters. Definitely going to be 4813. Damn. You would have lost your minds if I was right. It is 8496. Three 496. Is the sound out or is it just my Twitch? I mean, other than my voice and minimal sound effects, there's not much sound right now. There's not like background music or anything. Now there is.
Hey, wait, what's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
They have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth.
Audio's
of
delayed?
paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
It's not delayed on my end.
Don't you know? Your power.
Like, everything is still in sync for me on
How
the
should I know?
emulator and on OBS.
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained
Is
hands.
Twitch being weird?
Claudia, right? Did you do all this?
It was
I mean, if it's everybody, it might be me, but it looked cam hack doing something. But if it was the cam hack, it would be delayed for me.
Wait!
It's not delayed at all for me. Like, the emulator is playing perfectly fine for me. There's no audio sync issues.
I don't get it. What does she want me to
That's weird.
remember?
Six-second delay. Yeah, there shouldn't be any kind of delay. I didn't do anything on my end. It's working on OBS. We're not here for audio? Yeah, but that's enough of a delay that would be annoying. I mean, it is still a playthrough. Even though the focus is on the cam hacking. Save state. Close. Is it just the game audio? Someone said game sound too. Is it my mic also that seems to be behind? Like I wasn't talking about the same things that were going on while I looked at them. Just game audio. Okay. I restarted the emulator. So, let me know if the footsteps are in sync. Let me know if this cutscene is in sync. Footsteps seem good.
Sexy.
Beam noises. Okay, weird. I restarted the emulator, but yeah, for me it was not delayed at all. That's bizarre. Okay, I need to take a really quick bathroom break, so I will be back in just a moment now that we've got things fixed again. Okay. Sorry, I left the static. I forgot about the static. Just hearing the static and then the faint song makes it more eerie. I mean, I can definitely do that. Look around the elevator. Oh, look at this weird little room. It is definitely not the room that you see when you step out of the elevator here. Because you step out into the hallway with, like, the dogs and stuff. But not this little room with, like, a stool. Elevators should come with a stool. Sometimes they do. And I've been in some fancy schmancy places where there's a designated elevator doorman who sits next to the buttons on a little stool. Wish I could be an elevator man. You can be anything you put your mind to. Yeah. Oh, okay, it is this room. It's just, you're seeing it for the cutscene before the elevator moves.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be.
Has an elevator man ever closed on you? Elevator man, take me by the hand. Hey, what's up, Matt? I'm doing all right.
Kid could believe in this.
Audio delay again? You're kidding me.
When am I going to let go?
It's fine. It's fine for me. What is causing this? If it was something I could see happening on OBS, I think it's only in cutscenes. You guys, you don't understand. Like, it's not that it's only cutscenes or that it's only here or there. Like, it's not delayed for me at all on my end, which is bizarre. Like, if it was some sort of audio delay happening because of the emulator, I would also be experiencing it. If it was an audio delay happening because of the capture, I would see it happening on OBS. And it's not. It's not either of those things. Desync sound again. Okay, there's a save point right here. Rather than just a save state, we make an actual in-game save. It's just possessed, no big deal. Okay. The save state. Restart the emulator.
Sexy.
How's the sound looking?
Sexy.
Pew, 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 pew. That's my sound check. That's my sync test. Look at the ampule. Let's. It has writing on it and everything. During gameplay is fine. Weird that it's happening at all, but whatever. God, I wish I could have like a finer control. Dude, there's like a whole fucking paragraph on this thing. And I can't read it. PM? Something? Yeah, it's Tylenol PM. Exactly. I never realized there was that much writing on it. Because when you're just looking at it like this, it just sort of looks like, I don't know, the design of the bottle. Like, I can tell there's supposed to be a label, but it doesn't until you really zoom in on it. Yeah, you don't really realize there's like this much writing on it. This is one of your favorite rooms. It's gorgeous. Another one of Usuda's too. Yeah, most of them. I think like most of the really striking, like iconic kind of rooms, especially ones with a lot of detail like this, are those are mostly Hiro Usuda's artwork. Is there anything that you really want to see with this room, since it's your favorite Three Dog? Anything that I can focus in on? Kind of cool seeing the way they do the backdrop outside the window. Look how much of this is here, too. Just to look like the buildings outside. Because again, this is your normal view. Like, that's all you're really seeing of it. Just to give the impression of the fence and the other buildings and stuff right out there. Try and see what's on this newspaper. Definitely a photo of people. Can't make out that text at all. How much is rendered if you zoom way out? Unfortunately, because of the way the lighting is, We still kind of have to be within some range here. This. I like this. I want a mod that's just top-down Silent Hill. I'll just play an entire playthrough like this. How cool would that be? the fucking Book of Memories camera angle. But, you know, the good games. What if the early Silent Hill games had the Book of Memories camera angle? How drastically different would this be? Dual stick tank control top down Silent Hill? Yeah, Book of Memories. Literally Book of Memories. This room needs a mop. Just a mop. Not even. Maybe a Swiffer. Shake out this rug a little bit. Get it the old Swiffer. Yeah, some Febreze. Anything hiding under the couch? Health drinks over here. We can look at them. Neo Plus. Neo Plus. Those still look like Thai energy drinks to you? It's like a Japanese vitamin drink that they're based on. I forget what the exact like brand is. But like the labels and the colors, I believe, are like a little Japanese vitamin drink thing. Bacchus D? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, Bacchus D. No, those are blue. Those are a bit different. The bottle shape is kind of similar, but yeah. No, there's a different one. Not Yakult. I don't know. I know I used to have it in notes. I might still have it in some notes somewhere. Can't find it. That's just about everything in this room. But still, so much detail. Just even in some of these little non-essential side rooms. Like there's nothing in here that you have to like come in here and get to progress. Like, yeah, there's a save point and some items. But it's still like an optional room. this an HD texture pack? No, this is being played through PCSX2 PlayStation 2 emulator. Desync again, it's definitely after camera use. I just don't understand how it desyncs for you but not me. That makes like 0 sense. Two-second delay? I don't know. I don't know what else I can do. I can't keep restarting the emulator every time a cutscene or a camera change happens. And I don't even see the delay. It's not delaying for me at all on the emulator or in OBS. I'm watching the sound level on OBS while I play. I'm looking at the screen on OBS, like playing just by using the preview window. It looks fine on OBS. Looks fine on the emulator itself. I don't understand. Nothing's still inside the emulator. Elevator over here. I can only think about tech issues now. Love that. Love that when I'm doing a stream that I really want to do. And the quality is not as good as I want it to be because of tech issues out of my control. Absolutely love that. Never on the like stupid streams where it doesn't really matter if it's archived or not. Always these kind of streams where I've got some issue. Never seen someone that has subbed for 84 months? You two must be good friends. Yeah. We're such good friends. We live in the same house.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
And, even had a man tell us that we're man and wife. Pretty good friends. Just swell pals, just friends being buddies. I want to look at this dog's face. Because when we killed the one earlier, we were noticing how different the two halves of the face look. And I want to see it kind of in motion. Yeah, it'll be easier once I've got jerky. I could have picked some up earlier, actually. Wait, I should have some. I spawned in all items. Oh, apparently not supplies. I can spawn some in. It's fine. Oh, there's a good shot. He's a good puppy. Heather's just standing there menacingly. Well, he's very, very tempted to kill this dog.
Sexy being. Sexy being. Sexy being.
More stores here. Of course, everything is so dark. I could try increasing the brightness through the emulator settings. Need a hack that just sticks a flashlight onto the floating camera. Some of these broken glass, these little cases and things. It's so funny because, like, I have to hold... So, rotating left with the camera is square, and circle is rotating right. So whenever I'm holding to rotate left, like holding square, it makes Heather do her, like, ready stance. So you just see her, like... fucking... look at... she's ready. Instead of just standing idle like this. Jump scare, crunchy breaking noises. Random light up here. Heather's having an out-of-body experience. Not the strangest thing to happen to her in this area. In this game. Warning, when leaving the room, be sure to turn out the light. It will be obvious if they are not switched off. We should. Yeah, you can see the flashlights. Sitting here in the boxes. Oh, we can get a close look at the first aid kit and the bullets. I can get it just right. Oh, that's pretty good. Scissors, tweezers, safety pin, emergency bandage. It says burn medicine, but it looks like it says bum medicine. Gauze, sterilization, antibacterial. Oh, it does say bange. Yeah, it's not an emergency bandage. It's an emergency bange. Oh my god, it's a fixed aid kit. I'm sitting here looking at the tiny lettering and not the fixed aid kit. That's amazing. Also, that says Tsuchinoko. That says Tsuchinoko. That says Tsuchinoko. Metal Gear Solid referenced. Fitst of the North Star. God, the Fitst aid kit. Made by Tsuchinoko Pharmaceutical. Fujiko something down there at the bottom. That's so funny. Incorporated Compant. Not a company. All right, bullets. You can see there's writing and stuff on the bullets. Oh, does it say handgun? You'll have to go through and screenshot some of this. Oh, I plan on it. Absolutely plan on it. Send some of these to Techie to post on Silent Hill but Dank. Handgun. Don't make me get my handgun. There's like a whole fucking paragraph written on the side of this. Good luck with that one. Yeah. I can't. Like hurting my eyes trying to decipher it. Bullets. Something. Don't think it's bullets. Bullet. Like this. That looks like bullet. Bullet something. It's just red on red though. And this is all too small to really read. Handgan. Handgan and First Fitz aid kit. That's pretty good. That's pretty good so far. I'm already really happy with this. Wear a new outfit. Let's wear the Game Pro magazine shirt. Looks like a Gatorade G. All right. Give me my handgan bullets and my Fitzt aid kit. Move on. My banj. Wait, does my flashlight not work with this Oh my god. No, my flashlight's just broken in this room for some reason. Okay. Emulator things. Bloody toilet. Here's the one that Heather refuses to reach into. And, yeah, don't blame her. They even shotgun blasted the underside of the seat. Bunch of fucking savages in this town. Ooh, spooky, except it's probably 90 seconds out of sync for everyone watching, even though it's perfectly fine for me. What is in there? Oh, it's just the, like... the little streak texture on the side there made it look like there was something solid. Ugh. Is that a face? Like a little scribbly Doodle face right there. Little eyes, mouth. Do something that makes a noise and do the noise along with it. Yeah. Pew. Pew.
Sexy girl. Sexy girl.
Sounds seem to be in sync along with the camera. 7 seconds off. Ugh. Well, we're just gonna have to look at all this yellow square hanging out outside of the room. Look at it from this side. That's cool. All the bent up bars and like slapped together wood. Ew, I never noticed the completely brown toilet paper roll with such clarity. Kind of madman uses a whole roll of toilet paper, then rolls it back up. I mean, this is what it looks like when you like accidentally drop the whole thing, like you're holding it over the toilet and you accidentally drop the whole fucking roll in. Oh, also, look at that. When you're close enough, you can see the cardboard tube inside the roll is a separately rendered object from the roll around it. Look how much detail is in their doo-doo toilet paper roll that's just sitting in a corner. The whole inside tube is rendered. Like, this could have been a flat texture just stuck onto the side of a 3D object. I mean, it still essentially is. But there's also like a cardboard tube roll in there. Why? Why, Team Silent? An unnecessary detail. Does anybody else see Satan from South Park? There is his head, his little goatee, his horns, his little close eyes, his little arms, his big forearms, his abs. That's Satan? Everyone else sees it too? Good. Now none of us can unsee that together. Satan's just right up there. Satan was with us all along.
Sexy dude.
Wonder if some of the unnecessary detail was just whoever was making the room being like, ugh, I still have an hour left before I can go home. I'm just going to render the toilet paper tube. Nah, I mean, considering the working conditions. Shit, some members of Team Silent didn't even get to go home. A lot of them described working on these games as basically just living at the Konami offices. Like, yeah, you just live at your office for like 2 to 3 years while you make a game. Was it Sato who had to stay over all night? Yeah, for Silent Hill 1. Sato did all of the pre-rendered cutscenes for Silent Hill 1 by himself. There's no mocap, nothing like that. He animated them all by himself. And the only way to have enough computing power to render out all of the CG necessary for those pre-rendered cutscenes, Takayoshi Sato needed to use the entire team's computers, not just his own. He had to use everybody's. So he had to basically stay there and work all day, and then stay there after everyone went home so that he could use everyone's computers to render out each frame for all of the pre-rendered CG. All of the pre-rendered scenes in Silent Hill 1. That was just Sato. He almost quit the project over it. He threatened to quit, and he was going to... Basically, Konami didn't want to give him full credit, even though he was putting in all of that work, because he was like one of the younger members of the team and newer to the company. So Konami didn't want to give him all of that credit. And Sato basically went to the Konami higher-ups and was like, look, nobody else can do these animation techniques that I do. And if you don't credit me, I'm not going to teach anyone how I do these animations. I'm not going to teach anyone how to use the software. And I'm going to leave the project. Konami begrudgingly agreed. And obviously Silent Hill 1 was very successful. And because Sato had put up so much of a fight and it wound up being successful, he got a much bigger creative role when it came to Silent Hill 2. But that's one story about one guy. Pretty much, like, there's little stories like that, you know, here and there. And it's considered, like, very faux pas in Japanese culture, Japanese business culture, to, like, talk bad about your employers, even if conditions and working conditions are horrible. You're not supposed to, like, talk bad about the companies that employ you and shit. So traditionally, you know, a lot of employees don't really open up publicly and talk about how bad the working conditions are. And the couple times where people do talk about it, it sounds fucking horrible. It sounds fucking terrible. I've been mentioning Hiro Usuda a lot, who did a lot of these backgrounds for Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. And she tweeted recently, like a few weeks ago, that she's very proud of, like, the work and everything that she did while she was working on these games. But she was also, like, recognizing how much damage she did to herself working that type of project where you just never get to have a life outside of working on a game for a couple of years. And she's like regretful that she put herself through so much. But at the same time, she's thankful that like fans are so appreciative of the work that came of it. And obviously like she's happy that people appreciate it, but still acknowledges like those were really fucked up working conditions that seriously damaged her. Affected her health, her physical and mental well-being. And don't get me wrong, I love the Silent Hill games, but I don't think anything is worth that type of physical and mental suffering to get the product, like to get the end result. And ultimately unnecessary. Because no matter what, at the end of the day, you have all of these people, all of these talented people coming together to make these games. If they were paid appropriately and allowed a more reasonable time and budget to sort of produce these kind of things, you could get a high quality game and have employees, you know, people working on it that don't absolutely fucking despise the experience, or at least have extreme negative negative afflictions because of it. Should be something here, but it's too dark to see. If only I had a flashlight. Yeah, we've got a flashlight. It's just glitched out for some reason. Yeah, the body armor said Nan. The Nan armor. Not much else in here, but just cool kind of seeing in comparison, comparing all of the real world version of the boutique to the other world. Excuse me. It's sad because they know people want to work on these cool things and they could be taken advantage of by these companies who know they can get away with poor treatment. Yep. I brought that up during Silent Hill Ascension many times when we were watching the like developer post-show and pre-show. And it's like, how many of those people involved with something like Ascension are, as individuals, legitimately like diehard Silent Hill fans who basically got a job where it's like, hey, do you want to work on a Silent Hill game? And it's like, yeah, of course. If Konami emailed me right now and said, hey, we want you to work on a Silent Hill game, of course I'm going to say yes. Even if it wound up being something like Ascension or worse. And I'm sure that's what a lot of people probably, you know, they hoped for the best. They're like, hey, I get to be a part of a Silent Hill game. People know they want to, you know, be a part of these projects. And then, yeah, they get taken advantage of, or the project is not what they hoped it would be. How could it possibly be worse than Ascension? Stoner Gohan, let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, I took it upon myself to play all 500 zones of Silent Hill Book of Memories. And over the course of several years, I finished that goal. And when I was done, I burned my copy of Book of Memories, saying that there's no way Konami could ever publish a Silent Hill game worse than Book of Memories. And then 6 months later, Silent Hill Ascension came out. Never assume it can't get worse. It's still in that candle? Yes, it is. I still have that candle. Maybe you should have tossed it afterwards? I still have possession of the cursed object. I never figured out what I want to do with it, so it just kind of sits there, menacingly. Well, we knew Ascension was going to be a bad robot production project. Yeah, we did know that. Should have been a red flag right there. Also, that would have been a really funny joke back when all the AI allegations were going on. Like, yeah, it was written by a bad robot. This is cool. I like seeing the Otherworld Happy Burger, even without a whole lot of details. Just a neat room. All the planks, like, blocking up the counter. Also, we can look at Heather in her various outfits. This is the God of Thunder outfit, which changes her hair and eye color and a bunch of other stuff. All these cool details. Thor. And I remember... Oh man, I remember Ito said something about her tattoos. I think Ito designed this skin. And I know he tweeted out something about... Oh, that's it. There's like monsters as part of the tattoo. There's like a closer. And Valtiel. This? That might be it, Bad Humans. Heather, God of Thunder, there's Valtiel climbing a stalk on the sides of her upper arm. Also, the textures for this version of Heather has a story. Instead of getting Valtiel's power, she was given a tattoo of him in the hell on her arms after defeating the boss. That is it. That is exactly what I was referring to. Thank you, Bad Humans. Always on point with your info. But yeah, that was Ito's commentary on the this tattoo, this skin. So yeah, that's Valtiel climbing on her arm there. The kanji tramp stamp. Yeah, there's Valtiel on this arm as well. It's just the same texture mirrored. Really cool skin. I'm surprised they didn't include this in Dead by Daylight. What are those? Okay. For a second, I thought like this part was like a buckle or something. Thought Heather had those 1-2 buckle my shoes. Same watch, right? Did they give her a different model watch? No, it's the same. Don't worry, we're going to climb the ladder. What a thrill. Darkness and silence through the night. Alternatively, that's totally how you climb ladders in like old Resident Evil games. It would be, it's just this perspective and it goes clink, 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 clink. A little transition, room transition in Resident Evil. Is this PC or PS2? This is PS2 through PCSX2 emulator. Hey Sean. Hey Nub, loving the stream. Watching 3 Dog yesterday made me want to do a Silent Hill 2 playthrough with a cam hack. Have you done one? I did. It's actually on my YouTube. The video is called Hacking Silent Hill 2 with Neko Run. But yeah, definitely check that out. You can do cam hack on PS2? No way. Didn't think that was possible. It is on emulator. And I think it is on actual hardware as well, as long as you have Codebreaker discs. Because anything that you can do with this is all through like Codebreaker stuff. So I'm pretty sure it works on actual hardware too. Is that the Silent Hill 2 Neko Run video, Rachel? I don't know why my flashlight stopped working. Okay. Let me... restart the emulator again. We'll see if that helps audio sync. We'll see if it fixes the flashlight. No. Flashlight's still bugged. Give me a second. Just turning shadows on and off? Yeah. Yeah, that's a lighting bug. And a relatively common one with PS2 emulation. I thought I had this fixed. Apparently I thought like an idiot. Integer upscaling, that's not it. Oh, I actually do have the brightness already bumped up slightly. I'll increase it a little bit more. Shit. Yeah. God damn it. I don't know what's causing that. I've come across this issue and I've fixed it for streams in the past. And I can't remember what setting I need to change. Hey, Silent Hill 1. Was that, I wonder? Thought I heard someone say daddy. Gates with the barbed wire hanging up above the escalator. Is the Codebreaker codes out there for this? Yes. That was the rabbit hole I had to go down to figure out how to get this working. If you, I can't go through and get it right now. But if you ping me on Discord or something and leave me a reminder, I can share the Codebreaker cam hack codes with anybody who wants them. So if you want to do this yourself, you absolutely can. Remember the fake free cam codes that would sometimes show up on GameFAQs? Yeah, there's been pretty unreliable stuff in the past for free cams for the Silent Hill games. There's been software for it that's been like kind of working but unstable. There's been straight up fake codes posted on old forums and stuff like that. But I can remember using a program called Silent Hill Fly, SH Fly, Back in the early days to fly around and like look at stuff.
Sexy being. Sexy being. Sexy being. Sexy being.
Wish. All right, look around this room. What we doing? We're cam hacking Silent Hill 3. Breaking all the boundaries. So pretty much if you're ready to very thoroughly look around some creepy Silent Hill 3 environments, this is the place. These mannequin limbs laying around everywhere. Creepy, creepy. Oh, I just realized I think I'll be able to set up the camera when I get to the mannequin jump scare where the mannequin screams and like the head is gone. I should be able to use the cam hack to put the camera next to the mannequin while Heather walks on the other side of the shelf to trigger it. So we can see like what happens if when it just swaps out the model. I'm assuming it just swaps out the model, but we can watch it happen in real time. Oh my god. Why is my lighting fucked? Nope. Software renderer does not help. Blurst. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my lighting. This is extra spooky though. It is definitely not supposed to look like this. Dude, look how bright this difference is with the lighting all messed up. You love it? I mean, I'm not against it. I'm a little frustrated because, you know, I wish I had the regular lighting and my working flashlight for looking at details. But this also kind of looks cool. Oh yeah, we are still in the mall. 5 hours into the stream. More text that's just a little too crunchy. Little too crunchy to read. Oh yeah, there's some interesting things written on the door plates back here. Rornan? Cornan? I know one of these says, or some of these say Yggdrasil. Jewelry Cathedral. Or excuse me, Jewelry Cathedral. Damn it. Unfortunately, it's the ones that are buried in like complete darkness over here. My bestsellers. Okay. Ooh, zoom out. Look at all the red fog. This looks like an Usador room. I like how that's becoming a thing. Can you spot which rooms were done by Hiro Usuda? Where's that steam coming from? Just as I thought. Pipe goes nowhere. Connected to nothing. In the pot. Nothing. What gives away a room done by Hiro? Honestly, just, I guess, the amount of detail. She also tends to hide, like, bits of her artwork in little posters and book covers and things. I think she has straight up just listed out all the ones that she's worked on Twitter. If I really wanted to just, like, go get a list. That's less fun. Oh, see? Little things like this. Little posters. Like it might be some sort of character artwork. She's probably responsible for the Gossip Norman Reedus magazine. Probably. I asked her on Twitter specifically about that magazine, and she said it was too long ago and she doesn't remember. So, unfortunately, that's how that goes. Too short. look at that. See, this is another just generally kind of fun thing with messing around with the camera thing. Camera hack. Just being able to get some really neat looking shots of environments. Oh, see, like earlier I did that ladder shot. Do this. Oh, that's cool. That could be a scene transition. Like when I'm going from scene to scene in OBS. Just have this. Loading screen. Yeah, just this whole setup. The super long ladder. The fountain-shaped hole. Yeah, being able to get a shot like this. Maybe not with the rungs of the ladder, like, immediately in your face. See? Look. We're gonna walk to the end of the platform. Can you imagine being Heather when she walks out here? The very edge of this platform. Then like looking over the side. And then willingly climbing down that ladder. Hi, Heather. All right. Cool spot. Cool room. Does the ladder get wider as it goes down? I don't think so. No. Man, does it? Tripping me out. Oh, it does. Yeah. It's not like a perfectly straight ladder. It widens out towards the bottom. Totally right. God, that is so gradual. That is really subtle. Yeah, good eye, Tufui. Ugh. Rachel said kind of like dilating. I mean, it's in line with the themes of the game. I don't know if it was that intentional. But that's one way to think of it. Interpret it, I guess. Not too much in here. This is the Otherworld bakery. Oh, sorry. Free for... Can anyone answer my question, please? Do you know why Halo of the Sun is used as the save point in Silent Hill 3 and not the Seal of Metatron? Is there a canon story lore behind it? Yes, it's answered in this game, actually. There's a note that you find in the Otherworld Church near the end of the game that explains exactly what the Halo of the Sun is. The 3 inner circles represent past, present, and future. The 2 outer circles are charity and resurrection. And since Heather, aka Cheryl, is the reincarnation of Alessa, the Halo of the Sun is representative of that reincarnation, because this iteration of the cult basically worships Saint Alessa as a saint, as a deity. But that's in this game. You don't need the wiki. You don't need anything else. You just need to play Silent Hill 3 and read notes. There's a hidden blue Halo of the Sun outside of Bounds. I think it's in the Fukuro ladder room. I'll take a look for that one. There is some inbounds blue Halos of the Sun as well. It's so dark. That one hallway is just like so extra fucking dark. Had to turn up your phone brightness? No, there's a problem happening with the emulator. My flashlight, which was working at the start, is not working now. The audio keeps getting desynced. Like, I don't know what is going on, but... things are being weird. It's the town telling you not to hack cams? Too bad. Up. We can get some real cinematic shots here. See if there's anything else around. Oh, you can see the red layer behind the fan. Neat how the sound follows the camera. Yeah, that it's not actually based on Heather's position, but the camera's position.
I think I'm doing something so disgusting.
Yo, Lucinda. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Lucinda. I'm Nub Zombie. We are cam hacking Silent Hill 3 today. Managed to get a cam hack working for Silent Hill 3 on PCSX2. We're going around looking at all the things, like this curved texture of a sunset with trees. which is apparently used just to give the impression of an outside on the other side of those fans. Effective. So it is sunset? Yeah. When Heather wakes up in the diner, the sun is like just beginning to set. Everything's turning orange. You can kind of see everything getting gradually darker and darker. That really orangey red appearance in the sky until things get like completely dark. Always thought it looked more like fire past the fans. Interesting. Yeah, I never really saw it as anything particular other than just the red light. That sort of foreboding red light. But the fact that, you know, you can see the texture and it's got trees and stuff on it. This outside is just sky. But even this has like little dots of texture to it. Beef jerky. Bell Bland. I think that's maybe supposed to be brand. Maybe it's just very bland jerky. Beef jerky. God, I really wish I had like really fine control over this. Yeah, Bell Bland beef jerky. There's nothing in the dirty cardboard box. Go. Yeah, shoutouts to Lucinda. Hope you're doing well. Thank you again for the raid. What were you up to? Would something like this be here? This isn't a hospital. Nothing rendered under the sheet. But as we've seen, sometimes it's worth taking a look. Sometimes they render stuff that's out of view. Playing Dead Island Riptide for the first time. Dead Island 2 finally came to Steam after being an Epic exclusive for a year. I've been playing through the Techland zombie games. Nice. I never really got into Dead Island. One of those games that I should probably try to revisit at some point. Because I didn't really give it like a fair shot. There's a lot of games like that that I kind of pick up and try a little bit, but not enough to really get a fair assessment of it. kind of where I'm at with Dead Island. Don't love Dead Island, but I love Dead Rising so much I hope Capcom gives it a remake. See, that's exactly what I was going to say, too.
Sexy.
Dead Rising was always, like, my go-to fuck around zombie game. So that was the series that I really, like, gave a lot more time towards. And other stuff, like Dead Island, was kind of like, nah, I tried a little bit, but I'd probably play it for like an hour or something and then be like, man, this just makes me want to play more Dead Rising. You know, I just realized I'm going through all of this the way that I normally would, even though I have every item in my inventory already. But that's also kind of not the point. I'm going from room to room to look at every room. So we don't want to skip anything anyway. But I didn't need to break the walnut, is what I'm saying. And I just did it out of habit. Oh, you can really see the little blood marks. She mentions it when you examine the shackles and stuff. But see, like, this is how much you get to look at them normally. There are shackles here. They look pretty broken in. Gross. That stain on the restraint is shaped like a human. The Dead Rising Mall music is stuck in your head? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do. Anything hiding in this pile of body bags? Can't forget the Convict song. Oh God, Gone Guru. I'm trying to remember the name of the band. The song is called Gone Guru. What the fuck? My doorbell has rang more times today than like the past year. I will be right back. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Nub is currently stuck into Book of Memories. Must be his birthday. Yeah. That was Howard Blackwood. He just brought me a Book of Memories for my birthday. Yeah, exactly. Today is everyone ring my fucking doorbell day. The termites were looking for the inspector. Anything down here? Any secrets down here? They make these walls come down a little bit farther since you actually can see down there normally. At least a little bit. Man, this comes further around the corner than I thought it would. All right. Ow. Why are you not dead? Been quiet for so long, I thought enemies were turned off. Nope. All right, we looked around here. Came through here. So we're just about done with the mall. It only took, 6 hours. To go through one area.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
Hey, Suthai, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We are currently doing a cam hack playthrough of Silent Hill 3. We're almost done with the first area, and it's been 5.5 hours. So it's been a lot of fun. Taking our time and just looking at stuff with the camera like this. Another hungry boy. That's still such a cool detail with the dogs. How each half of the face looks very different. Is this the same model from the Silent Hill 4 subway? No. More turlets. More turlet inspections. Basically the same as the other bathrooms. Still interesting. Never know. Is it in this one where you can knock on a stall and get a knockback? Nope, that's earlier. We already went through that bathroom. So here's one of the blue halos of the sun. I mentioned that there's a couple in the game that you can spot. So that's the first one, right above this door. Because even without a cam hack, you can position yourself and see this one. It's not super obvious because it's up here. And not everybody's gonna stop and like look above this door. There you go. Blue is bad. At least to the cult, blue is bad. Blue is a curse on God. I like how if you zoom in on this, you can see the text. From beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. Piling up the 300th day and night. From beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. Broken Pines, thank you so much for the 32 months and the Prime resub. Very much appreciate that, love and support. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dorian. I always see your username, and it has that moment. Also, Twitch used to have a feature where you can edit usernames on your end if you need to like try and remember who somebody is. But it doesn't seem to work anymore. It never saves. Because I know I've changed it on my end to just say Dorian. Since you've changed your name a few times. And every time I alter it, as soon as I come back to Twitch again, it changes back. But yeah, thank you so much for the support, dude. Again, this is just a really cool area. Especially when you can view it like this. just want to get good shot of the camera going from the top all the way down while Heather also walks towards the ladder. This. Found it. The urban legend is called the Hanako-san. If you knock on the third toilet on the third door and ask Hanako if she's there, she'll knock back and may appear. Ah. So that's like a little reference to that urban legend, possibly a reference to that urban legend. Keep in mind, these sorts of things are not always like, just because something seems obvious doesn't mean it's necessarily intentional. For example, for a long time, I thought that the fourth floor in Silent Hill 1, when you're in Alchemilla, there's only 3 floors until you examine them all, and then a 4th floor appears. I used to think that that was significant because the number 4 represents death in Japanese. And then I asked Ito directly about it on Twitter, and he said that it was not the intention. Like, that was coincidental. That they actually refrained from putting a lot of specific Japanese stuff like that since the game was being made for an American audience. So it's like, we're not going to put stuff in the game that our primary audience is like not going to get. Even though they absolutely do that in other situations where there are elements of Japanese folklore and things like that that are used. So, I don't know. Just saying what Ito told me. So sometimes you can assume something might be related, just like that 4th floor I assumed was related because of the Japanese sort of superstition around the number 4. But, yeah, again, stuff like that is not always as intentional as it may seem. Never really thought that it was specifically targeted to non-Japanese audience. It's not made in Japanese. Like, every Silent Hill game since the first game does not have a Japanese dub. It's not done in Japanese and then like translated to English for the, US release. If you buy any region, it doesn't matter what region, Japanese, Europe, whatever, any region of Silent Hill for any of the Silent Hill games, the language is always in English. Like, the audio is always in English. Only the subtitles change from region to region. So like it was developed by a Japanese team, but they were making a horror game for American audiences. It was based on American horror tropes and, set in Maine after Stephen King, their favorite American horror author. So even though there is like a lot of Japanese influence, obviously from being a Japanese made product, part of what makes Silent Hill so unique is the fact that it is sort of American horror culture through the lens of Japanese horror fans, being made for American audiences. Slug. That what it is? They look like slugs to you? Oh, he's so angry. He's out running the camera. Oh my god, look how far. Oh, and then you see him teleport over there. Whoops. The Heather's still moving around. Oh, I'm trying to look at the camera. God, I wish it wasn't so dark. Poor Heather. She's just... Heather's having a rough time right now. Laser beam. Oh, I can still move the camera during the death animation. Cool. Well, there he goes. Oh my god, flashbang. PS2 load times. The emulator doesn't need to emulate those.
What?
But for some reason it does.
It's the shopping mall just like before. Am I back?
Now we have the mall. Back to how it looked before. Oh, cool. And this is where you come in. I think that's from this side, right? Yeah, because there's my bestsellers. So here, if you ever played the Silent Hill arcade game, Silent Hill the Arcade, it's an on-rail shooter made for arcades, similar to like House of the Dead, but with Silent Hill monsters and locations. And you go to this mall. You go to this mall that's not even in Silent Hill. Because remember, you don't go to Silent Hill in Silent Hill 3 until Douglas drives you there. So at this point, you're not in Silent Hill, but for some reason, you go to this mall in the Silent Hill arcade game. Because they were just like, yeah, whatever. It's a location from a Silent Hill game. But yeah, this is where the arcade level enters the mall. Like, walk in here and look around like... the character says something about shopping. And then numbodies start leaping at you from the second floor. Look at all this stuff that's still up here and rendered, even though we can't even go upstairs anymore. Did I even look at these? Oh, we didn't look at the third. Cafe Paradise Noon. Natural shop. The word natural is used on like everything. Natural bread, natural shop. Blue Marine Surf Shop. Oh, but The glass says Cafe Paradise Noon. Konami saw the potential of American sales with the impact of Resident Evil, so they were more focused on that. That is true. Natural shop. I want to go to the natural horse shop. I need to buy horse things. Horses and horse accessories. Royal Grill. Oh, and then that says blue something shop. Backwards. Wish you'd play Silent Hill 3. Seems like it's one of the better Silent Hill games, right? Oh, yeah. The first 4 Silent Hill games, and even then, some people will argue about Silent Hill 4. But the first 4 Silent Hill games are like masterpieces. They are some of the best survival psychological horror games ever made. They're right up there with classic Resident Evil games and absolutely worth playing. Now the rest of the series after 4, maybe not so much. But yeah, the first 4 games, there's a lot of consistency with the first 4. Like, they were predominantly made by the same people, and that those members of Team Silent, even though members changed out from game to game, they always seem to be very much on the same page creatively. So there's a lot of cohesiveness to the games that they made. So 1 through 4 are the ones that are like, they feel consistent. When you play 1 through 4, they feel consistent. Origins and onward is when the series started getting handed to whatever random developer Konami wanted to throw it to, and it shows. Like, it's a significant quality drop. And the games themselves are just less consistent after that, because you've got different teams with different ideas, different interpretations of the originals that they, you know, influence the way they make the future games. Silent Hill 4 is great, just has a weak second half. Silent Hill 4 in general is the weakest in terms of gameplay, I would say. Not even just the second half, just overall. The gameplay of 4 is not as good as 1 through 3. But the story is excellent. And to me, like, the story is the main thing that I'm getting out of a Silent Hill game. Like, to me, you can mess up a lot of things when you're making a Silent Hill game. It might not look the greatest or sound the greatest or whatever. But if the story's good, I'm happy. That's the main thing. So yeah. I would say Silent Hill 4 is definitely a lesser gameplay experience than 1 through 3. But from a narrative standpoint, the story is every bit as good as the stories in 1, 2, and 3. But that's the thing, you know, for a lot of people, when they're sitting down and playing a game, the gameplay needs to be good. Like, people have different feelings, different opinions on those sort of aspects. Chinese restaurant. That middle word. Something neon? Noon? Something noon? Oh, of course, we're going to go in Happy Burger. Lila Accessories. White Town. Silent Hill 4 is easily the most horrifying game in the series. 4 is pretty scary. It's really hard for me to like keep a lot of that aspect in mind just because I've been obsessed with these games for decades now, so they don't exactly scare me anymore, to put it, you know, mildly. So it's hard to kind of compare that aspect. But I do feel like 3 and 4, Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4, have some of the most like visceral horror imagery. 1 and 2 are a lot more subtle. Like there's aspects there. But I feel like 3 and 4 really hammer home a lot of the horror. Like I said, in a much more direct way. My bestsellers, It Come to Second Floor. Check it out. They have books. Else rendered out of view here. Some posters. Oh, there's our Havoc's Business Daily. This poster gets reused in Silent Hill 4. Speaking of Silent Hill 4, this poster shows up in the subway. There's the Silent Hill 2 guide cover. The Konami official Japanese Silent Hill 2 guide complete. That's the cover of it. Thrown in as a little Easter egg in Silent Hill 3. Here an ale. More Usuda artwork. Another Silent Hill 2 guide cover. even things that I like already knew were there, it's nice being able to manipulate the camera so that I can really focus on them. Happy burger time! What's outside Happy Burger? Our low res texture for the rest of the mall. Or at least this much of the hallway. Oh, look, Allie's ice cream. Wasn't that? No, that's the same order. Chinese restaurant, Allie's ice cream. I thought they swapped around. The thing. Did Silent Hill 3 outsell Silent Hill 2? No. The Silent Hill games have progressively declined in sales numbers ever since the first game. No Silent Hill game individually has outsold Silent Hill 1. So 2 sold less than 1, 3 sold less than 2, so on and so forth. Happy time! That's wild. That's crazy. You guys gotta understand, like, everybody treats Silent Hill 2 with such reverence now, but in 2001, when the game came out, a lot of fans were not happy with it. A lot of fans were upset because they played Silent Hill 1, then they thought they were getting a continuation of the story of Harry Mason, and then you got Silent Hill 2, and it was completely unrelated. So it wasn't super well received at first. It didn't sell as well. Silent Hill 1. In hindsight, people absolutely loved it because it's a masterpiece of storytelling, even if it doesn't have anything to do with Silent Hill 1. But people were upset that it was not a sequel to a game that they really liked. So it didn't do well. And then Silent Hill 3 was made in response to that, because people wanted continuation of Alessa and Harry. So 3 was supposed to continue and end the Alessa storyline. Happy Burger special price. A set, B set, and C set. Your different combos. Look at them tasty burgers. Honestly, that is a pretty good looking burger, right? There's like, what, 3 fucking patties on it? 2? 3? Big old fat burger. The king size. That say Coca-Cola? In the top right? That Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola? They have avocado. Do they? That the avocado? Oh, I see. Above cheese. Avocado, cheese, pastrami? You can get a pastrami burger? Mahi mahi? Happy Burger. Going crazy with the menu. think you can build your own essentially. Restaurant that looks like a Chinese place. I messed around with a picture of it in Photoshop to make the letters more discernible. The top word is Chinese and the bottom is restaurant. I can't discern the middle word though. Yeah, the Chinese restaurant part of the wording I could make out well enough. Just that middle word. It looks like two words. See, like this is legible enough. C-H. Yeah. Chinese restaurant. Might be misspelled. Is that an I? Could be an E. But then this. It looks like something here. I-L. And then this looks like noon. Like N-O-O. Sorry. N-O-O-N. Something. I just like seeing the halo of the sun written on a burger menu. The little creamer cups. Dude, I never realized. Plastic forks. So much detail, dude. How would you like your Halo of the Sun burger cooked? Medium. I don't trust Happy Burger to do medium rare. And not give me some sort of meat-borne pathogen. This is where I was sleeping earlier. Fast food burger joints give options for how to cook the burgers. Most of them don't. I think you can ask at Burger King, maybe Whataburger in Texas. That is definitely some Heinz tomato ketchup. That is straight up the classic, like, Heinz bottle, right? Well, the old glass ones. Because, of course, now I pull it up and it's just the plastic ones. Okay, it's round. The label's rounded out a little bit more. So the Heinz one, like, the shape of the label comes up like this and then cuts in towards the top here. But it's still white with the green trim like this. So yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, this kind of looks like the French's mustard bottles as well. It was a long time ago. Yeah, this game came out in 2003. So this is when the bottles still looked like this. Everything is redesigned and different looking now. That king size burger. All right, I think that's everything in Happy Burger. Oh, one more thing. Is there anything up here? No? No. I wasn't sure if there was something where the ladder would be in the Otherworld version. Before we go through here and trigger the cutscene with Douglas, let's look around at the low-res texture of this area. Central Square Mall posters.
Heather,
It's you.
what just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that?
Is audio still desynced?
Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened
Still,
to you
yeah. Fuck.
and that monster? What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and
I'm trying to move the camera during cutscenes.
maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but
Oh,
I can't feel
bye.
sorry
I'm leaving the mall.
drag me
I'm
into
going
this.
home. Bye, Heather. Bye, Douglas.
If you hadn't found me,
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
if I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I?
I am going home, though.